Yeah, I got the Network Plus, I got the Security Plus, I passed the SSCP from ISC squared. Um, yeah, so I got those, so that's pretty good so far. I still have a good amount to go, but my semester ends at the end of this month, and I just have an easy class right now, like introduction to databases. Um, there's no certification for this, but I have a few certifications still I gotta do. Let me see. I think I have the Data Plus from CompTIA, the Project Plus from CompTIA, some sort of Linux certification, CompTIA CISA Plus, I don't know how to say it. What else? The ISC squared CCSP, which is CSSP? Cloud Computing Certified Professional, CCSP? Something to do with cloud security. And then the Pentest Plus. So hold on, let me see. Pentest Plus, Cloud Security, CISA Plus, Project Plus, Data Plus, and Linux. I have 6 more certs to go. 4 of those are CompTIA. Right? Data? Yeah, because they just added a new cert, the Data Plus. It would have been Project, CISA, and Pentest Plus. But then they added the Data Plus, and then I have one from ISC squared, and then a Linux one. I think the Linux one's supposed to be like easy. It's supposed to be pretty easy, so. So I'm looking pretty good on certs. I've got like the main entry level certs with the Network Plus and Security Plus, kind of the main two, and then the the ISC squared version of the Security Plus is the SSCP. But that one you need work experience. Whoa. The ISC squared, you need the work experience to actually get the certification. So when you pass the exam, you just get this. You get designated as an associate of ISC squared. And then once you get, I think, 1 year experience, then you could actually get the certification. But they have a partnership with some schools where if you get like a certain amount of academic learning or something like that, that can actually count towards your 1 year experience. So when I graduate with my degree, then that actually counts as 1 year of experience for ISC squared. So I'll be able to get the certification once I graduate for the SSCP. I think that's the same for the CCSP actually. Let me check. ISC2. Let me see, what's the cloud one look like? CCSP, Cloud Security. Required work experience. For this certification, you must pass the exam and have 5 years of work experience? Holy cow. Never mind, so I'm not gonna get this one, that's crazy. 5 years of experience in IT, and you need 3 years in InfoSec, and at least 1 year in one or more of the 6 domains of the exam. Yo, that's crazy. Why do you need so much experience for this? What on earth? That's the same thing as the CISSP. That's crazy. Net Plus and Security Plus were pretty good. I think they had a lot of info in there. And then the exams. The Network Plus, I felt like that was hard. Like, I just remember taking it. I felt like I was doing really bad on it, but I ended up doing really good. So I guess it's kind of hard to gauge in that sense, because I ended up doing pretty good, but it felt like I was doing bad on that. And then the Security Plus, there was a lot, but I didn't feel too bad about taking it. I mean, once you go through all the the material and you study and then you take practice exams, you kind of have a sense for what the exam might be like once you take practice exams. I think it was maybe a little bit harder than like the practice exams, but not too bad. It's all pretty fair if you're studying from the right material. And then the ISC squared equivalent of Security Plus goes a little bit more in depth on some topics, and a lot of it just kind of it's a lot of it's the same topics that it covers, maybe with a little bit of a different content within those topics or a different level of depth or focus areas. But generally I would say like 75%, maybe 80% is like overlap. 20% is kind of different, not necessarily different, but maybe more in depth or new content that doesn't appear in Security Plus for the SSCP. And then also it's a different sort of exam style, which they also updated on October 1st, which is the day I took it. So like the first day that they updated to the new style, which is like progressive testing or something, computer automated testing. So like it's not just a set of questions that you can go like Security Plus or CompTIA style is like you can take each question as it comes and you can go back to previous questions, change answers, review, skip questions and whatnot. The SSCP, you can't. You have to answer the question and submit it then and there, and you will not be able to go back and review it because it automatically picks the next question such that it gets progressively harder or easier depending on if you get the current question correct or incorrect. So I'll start off with like a first question. If you get that correct, then it's gonna, like, according to its algorithm, pick another question following it, and it picks, I guess I'm assuming the way it's structured is that there's different there's like 7 domains for the SSCP, and so they probably have a certain amount of like a question bank of that correlates to each domain, and of a question bank for a specific domain, they're probably ranked in terms of difficulty, and by different topic within that domain. So there's probably some sort of complex categorization like that. So it'll make sure to ask you a certain amount of questions from each domain probably, and probably start you off with easier questions. If you get those questions right, it'll probably present to you a more difficult question within that domain, or within a different domain, but it remembers what level of difficulty you got right or wrong of a question within each domain. Something like that. Obviously they don't explain how that's going to work because that's probably their proprietary algorithm, but generally speaking like that, it's supposed to get harder or easier, and each question is selected such that it predicts based off of your previous ability or scoring success that you got on your questions. It's supposed to choose a question that it anticipates you to have a 50% chance of getting it right or wrong, something like that. So that way it's hard enough where you can have an equal chance of getting it right or wrong depending on your previous performance of the questions presented. So it's supposed to feel like each question is challenging, is how they frame it, that part at least. When I was taking it, I can say that I suppose that's accurate. I'm not sure how different really it feels than the Security Plus in terms of difficulty or perceived challenge of each question, because I think that there's a certain common base of knowledge you need and you're being tested on. If you know all of that, there's not really going to be a question that's going to be super hard if you just happen to know all that information. But there could be, but most people are not in that situation. They're actually learning from scratch all the information, and therefore some questions might be super detailed, maybe not that detailed, but more in depth on a topic that maybe you're not as well trained on, which can make it challenging. It just depends on your perspective, where you're coming from. Like if you're a professional in InfoSec and you have experience in this field and you're just going back to get the exam or something, it might be easier for you, I suppose. But it didn't seem like it was any more or less challenging necessarily than like Security Plus questions. Because I think the grading of how challenging it is within the context of the exam domains, the common body of knowledge. So it's not going to like pick a question that has like nothing to do with the exam domains. Like at least not exactly, like not has completely nothing to do. Like it's going to have in some way relate to what you should know. It's definitely a vast amount of information, which I think that's what makes it the most difficult, is that there's a vast amount of information that's fair game in terms of topics and questions. And there's so much information that you're just not going to be asked and all of that. So it's just more so like depends on the luck of the draw in some sense of what question you get asked. And that will kind of make it maybe feel as a whole more difficult or less difficult. So anyway, so there's 100 minimum questions that will be asked, and a maximum of 125, I think it's 125. And so how it works is that there are 75 graded questions and 25 like test questions, which is the same thing that they do in the CompTIA testing process, where they have some questions are not graded. They're more for like testing and evaluation and testing like new questions for potentially entering into the bank of questions that they would ask, something like that. So they'll have a portion of those. So 75 actual questions or graded questions, 25 non-graded questions, for the total of 100 questions. And then the test could either end at 100, or it can go up until a maximum of 125 questions, or end any time in between there. And so the way that it works is that once you get to 100 questions, because it's calculating each time you get a question what your level of competency is within each domain, depending on what questions you got right and the difficulty of the questions you got right for each domain. And it computes a probability level that it would predict what is your probability of being able to pass the exam at say 125 questions. What is the probability that you would pass the exam? It predicts that with each question to a minimum of 100 questions. So when you hit the 100 question mark, when you answer 100 questions, it calculates based off of your performance on the 100 questions whether or not it is likely you have a 95% likelihood that you would pass the exam if you were to continue for the next 25 questions. And if there's a 95% likelihood that the answer is yes, it'll end the exam right there at the 100 question mark, and you pass. Or conversely, if you have a 95% likelihood that you will not pass the exam, if it predicts out the next 25 questions up to the max 125, then it'll end at 100. Or if you're somewhat in the middle of those two extremes, where it does not have 95% certainty in the affirmative or the negative, then it will basically continue until it does reach 95% certainty that you would pass the exam, or 95% certainty that you wouldn't pass the exam. And it also may not reach 95% certainty in either direction, in which case you'll go until you reach 125 questions, which is the maximum, and then it'll just end there. And if you're greater than 70%, which is like the passing score, then you pass. And if you're less than that, then you don't pass. So, I don't know, that's kind of interesting format for me. Kind of surprisingly, I made it to 100 questions exactly, and it ended and it said I passed, which means that it predicted that I had a 95% likelihood that I would pass the exam by only taking 100 questions out of the 125. So I didn't have to take the final 25 questions. So that's how it was for me, which was pretty nice. I wasn't super sure on it. I didn't know either way. I was like, wasn't too bad, but wasn't like super confident. It could have been either way. Like I could pass or not pass. And once it ended at 100, I was like, well, there's no way I did that bad to have been 95% certainty that I didn't pass. So I felt more like I would have passed, but still, you don't really know. If I went further on into, see, the good thing about if you reach 100 and the test is still going, the good thing is that you know you didn't fail, which means that you're in the green for being able to pass the exam if you keep going, and you just got to focus on getting each question correct after that point. But you know you didn't fail. If you hit 100 right away and it ends, it's like, dang, I either failed or I passed. But if you keep going, you know you didn't fail yet. Like, you have a chance. Up until 100, you have no idea whether it's like good or bad. You have no signal for that. So, anyway. What do you have left? Just the security plus? I mean, if you have CCNA, you probably don't really need the Network Plus. I think. I don't remember what you took though, like what classes you're taking for your program. Oh, you finished it? What were the last classes you did? Like the last 3 or something? That's pretty good. That's probably better than certifications. Having like labs and like projects that you could talk about. That's probably much better than certs. Well, I guess they're different. Actually, they tackle different requirements. Actually, it's probably it's hard to compare because they tackle different requirements, but generally it's probably better than certifications. But they're for different purposes. Certifications really are just like, in some cases, if necessary, HR requirements. So that will tackle that. Whereas like maybe the projects and experience might not be able to solve for that. But then the actual interview and talking about stuff, like certifications aren't going to help you, but your projects will. So they're kind of like two different categories. I don't know. It depends. If the jobs that you're targeting require very often a certain certification that you have or that you don't have, then maybe it would make sense to do that. But you can always just apply to them without having that certification. You know, and see what happens. Are you going for like some sort of like network engineering or something like that? I know that your programmers were more focused on networking skills. Those last classes though, with like Kali Linux labs and Splunk labs and threat monitoring or remediation, whatever that was, that seems very much more like cybersecurity focused rather than just networking. I guess there's a big overlap there, but I guess that's good. I don't know what jobs you're targeting. Bro, I thought I already did stuff like this. Where clause? Didn't I do that already? Maybe not. Wait a minute, did I mess up here? Yeah. Okay, there we go, that's better. What's the you said you finished, so you already have the bachelor's. So what is like the bachelor's, like bachelor's of science in information technology, or what is it called? Dude, trust me, ignore the requirements. Kind of. Like, dude, trust me on this. Look. I don't know if you heard me. I think I was muted. I was saying, look, just look at this though. Look, trust me on this. You need to just like ignore the requirements. Like, you're probably thinking like, oh, that's a good step. Like, don't not do like help desk or sysadmin. But like, if you're looking at trying to get network engineer as like the goal, and then the way to get there is like you're saying help desk or sysadmin, and then get up there. Yeah, that works, but don't just ignore. Depending on how high up you're trying to go. I don't know how to explain it. Let me just say like network engineer maybe. So there's probably going to be like a whole bunch of different kinds of like titles that actually come up. But let's say like this first one, network admin. Like it says minimum 3 to 5 years as this is required. You need either associate's degree or bachelor's degree. So they require associates, but bachelor's is preferred. Licenses, CCNA preferred, A+ preferred, Network Plus, or ability to obtain is required. So, like, when you read this, like it says Network Plus or ability to obtain. So it's like you do have the ability to retain. What is even the difference between CCNA and Network Plus? Like, why would they even want you to have both? Hold on, CCNA versus Network Plus. Different purposes and target different paths. Network Plus is a vendor neutral cert that covers fundamental networking concepts applicable to any equipment, including Cisco, Microsoft, other platforms. Focuses on networking fundamentals, infrastructure operations, basic security. In contrast, CCNA is a vendor-specific certification focuses exclusively on Cisco networking technologies and products. Okay. It's considered an associate level cert and is more advanced than Network Plus, requiring deeper understanding of network protocols, routing and switching, IP addressing, VLANs, network security. Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, so it depends on each job. Like, I would say, like you could probably apply to... Also, what's more important, like, the requirements are one thing. Just, these might change from job to job. Assuming you have to, like, be able to look at each individual requirement and see whether or not it's actually necessary or not necessary. Like this saying highly preferred, okay, it's not strictly necessary. This is not strictly necessary. This is not even strictly necessary. Need to get this one. This job is specifically for Illinois, okay. And you need to have a driver's license. So like, let's just say like you have that. Okay, those are necessary. I got those. Okay, fine. What's also important to look at is like, look at this stuff and be like, would I be able to do most of these? Like, let's say like 80% of these generally. If the answer is yes, like just go ahead and apply to it. Don't have 3 to 5 years experience, that's fine. Let me just hire it. Let me just apply. It also depends on what level they're hiring. Because if they're hiring someone that they want to be self-sufficient right away with minimal training, it might be less of a good fit than a job that's maybe going to be have more training available. If it's a job that seems like you're going to be reporting to someone or part of a team where you're going to have help, that's going to be probably a little bit easier to kind of not need to fit all of the requirements, because you'll be able to have like a little bit of time to train up. Let's see. Also read the description to see. So like, I mean, you could probably apply to this. Let's see, there's another one here. This one doesn't even have anything. Probably apply to this. This one says senior network analyst, so you probably don't want to apply to this even without looking at what it is, just because, I mean, it's good. Sometimes they might rename. Sometimes you don't want to just like right away ignore it. But like if it's a senior network analyst, like, and it's your first job, you're probably not senior. So you're probably not going to be the fit for what they're looking for. Okay, that's just about the company, responsibilities here. Now, if you can do all this stuff, like if you think like, oh, I could do all of this stuff easily, then like you can apply to it. Like you don't have to just ignore it right off of that. Like this one says 4-year degree. If you're gonna have a bachelor's, you already meet this. And then they want you to have a CCNA, you have it. So it's like, you can apply to this, even though it's senior. I mean, then it's gonna depend on competition. Like if they have another guy who's got 5 years of experience, like, well, you know, maybe they're probably gonna go with him, but so it's not just like, it's not just you in the description, but it's also you and the market, like the competition, which is what makes it, that's what makes it the hard part. But like this, like you could apply to it. Why not? Might as well. You have never idea what you might be eligible for. Never, like, don't ever take yourself out of the competition before ever like starting. Like there's no point to ever do that. Like you don't want to just like throw out your resume to every single thing, because that's not going to be that good. But you don't need to like disqualify yourself without even trying. Because you have like some companies, like sometimes I would apply to a job where like I didn't think I would really fit because it just seemed so much higher, and then I got interviews for it and people, and like the company was like actually interested in hiring me. Like in my previous career before cybersecurity, I was doing product marketing, and I was like about 2 years or so into product marketing, and I started looking for other jobs and started applying and interviewing to other jobs within product marketing, but like as a product marketing manager with like a few more years of experience, like targeting like 5, 6, 7 years of experience, where the pay was like $120,000 a year. I was applying to jobs like that, and I was getting interviews and actually like going forward in that, and I was like, oh, I could totally do this, even though like it seems like it's senior or whatnot, or the pay is so high, but I have like barely any experience. But like a lot of the stuff was like I could do that stuff, and after interviewing with them, I was like, yeah, it's not too bad. So never like disqualify yourself. This one says like lead network engineer. Like you're probably not a lead, but you can still like look at it just to get a sense of like what this is. Okay, this is network design and architecture, so that's, yeah, probably entry level is not going to be leading design and architecture of the network. So this is probably not a good fit. But this one, network engineer, this one doesn't say anything about being a lead, so let's see who we are. Okay, about the job, just a network engineer. Day one, your contributions to design, optimization, maintenance, kind of general thing, what you'll do. Focusing on network automation, data center, WAN technologies, co-location design, enterprise security. Like assist with planned upgrades and maintenance. Like, so this like these keywords are pretty important. Like assist with this versus like lead stuff. If you're leading stuff, they probably expect you to have experience like actually doing that for a company. But if it says leads, like assist stuff, like you're gonna be working with other people already, which that makes it so much better. Contribute to like this stuff. Okay, nothing seems out of, like, even without experience as your first job, you can probably do this. Who you are, let's see, kind of look at this stuff. Does some of this stuff apply to you? In-depth experience working with protocols. Maybe you don't have too much experience, but you can talk about like maybe labs that you've done or whatnot with these routing protocols and whatnot. Those are the ones that they want you to have. if you know at least what it is or how it works, maybe, like even if you don't have that much experience doing it, like you could still like probably talk about that in an interview, assuming you get like an interview. Comfortable working in multi-vendor environments, say like, oh, I have experience at least with Cisco, in the general technologies and settings and configurations of Cisco devices, which like generally I can then extend that to other devices, like other brands, even if I don't have experience with them. You know, you could just talk about that. Experience with network security and firewalls, talk about labs, how you were configuring Cisco devices, routers, but not firewalls. You know, that's you could all do all that. Proficiency in Python scripting for automation is beneficial, not required. Okay, not required, bam, just ignore it. If you don't have it, don't matter, you can still apply. Don't even worry about it. Don't take yourself out of the game before it even starts, you know what I'm saying? You could do that, what you'll get, like you can do all this right away. And then additionally you'll receive, like this job, you can, there's nothing about this that you cannot apply to. And it's just network engineer. And whereas the previous one says lead engineer, yeah, this one, all of this stuff, probably not. Like you're not going to be training the teams. You're not a leader. But look at the salary, 56 to 100. And this is like a lead engineer. This one is more so like entry level, and you're already starting at like, the salary is so much higher. So don't just take yourself out. You know, you can apply to this and you never know, you might be able to get it. This one is also another lead engineer, so probably not one that you want to apply to if you're a lead. Like you're probably not someone who's a lead. This one says channel systems engineer 2, so you're probably not a 2, you're probably a 1 if it's going to be your first job. But you could still look at it and be like, this one, minimum 10 years of experience. Okay, so maybe not so much. You don't, this is not a hard requirement, but it's you gotta have to gauge what level that they're looking at. Are they looking at someone who's experienced, or are they open to getting someone who's more lower down, like a level below? You could also use salary to kind of gauge what they're looking at. Like this is like 200, minimum 200K a year. Yeah, you're not anywhere near that. So that's not for you, so there's no need to apply to that. This one you can look at, this is high full-time? Is this a, why is this hourly? Is this a contractor? I don't know. Manager, IT engineering, network engineering, hybrid position. Just depends. Look at, maybe this one's got a ton of stuff. I don't want to read that, but like CCNA or CCIE is a plus. Experience 7 or more years. 5 more. Like you can kind of just ignore some of these sometimes. It just depends. This one there's too much. I'm not going to really look at that. Another network engineer job. 150 to 200K. High frequency trading firm. This one's going to be focusing on a lot of stuff such as microbursting, jitter, queuing, using scripting automation tools to streamline network management, deployment maintenance. Required skills and experience, minimum 5 years, at least 1 year experience in scripting. CCIE cert or equivalent bachelor's degree in relevant field. Like this one, I would say like don't not apply because it says this. Like this one, I would just apply to it. You might not get it, so what? You weren't gonna get it if you didn't apply too, so it's not like anything changed. The only thing you get is that you have at least like a chance. Another one here. Let's see. Network engineering summer intern. Now, if it's like really not working out, you got to put out like a ton of applications. Like it's kind of a mix of a numbers game. But also like you got to look at your resume. It's very important to like match your resume, is what I've learned over time. Which is so annoying to try to do that, but like you have to look at your resume and you got to think about like what job you want, and you got to then create your resume such that it's crafted to that job role, that you have projects, bullet points, whatever other stuff that might go on a resume geared towards that, and know how to make sure the language is written with proper skills, technologies, tools, whatever that might align to that job role. So that way it's kind of like crafted, like the resume is like, oh yeah, this is a network engineer resume, or this is a cybersecurity analyst resume, or this is a help desk resume. They're going to be a little bit different in how they're written and structured and kind of the key skills you want to highlight. So you want to make sure first that is set. That's going to do so much better when they're reviewing resumes. And then you want to apply to those jobs that correlate to that. So that you don't have to create like a new resume for each individual different like listing, but like for general network engineering, you want to make sure your resume is like for like network engineering based off of what you have already. And then you might be like, oh, well, I have some missing areas of weakness that it would be good if I had these on my resume. That would help strengthen my candidacy for that. Then while you're applying, you can kind of like focus on either like getting extra certs or projects to kind of help fill out those weakness areas. And you can kind of gauge like as you do that. So once you're kind of targeted towards what you want, then you want to start putting out numbers. Like 100 applications. Some people, they don't have like a good idea of how many applications is a lot. And it's changed in the past 5 years, especially. Like 100 applications, rookie numbers. Wait, what did I say, 100? Yeah, 100 is rookie numbers. 500, now we're looking good. Now you're looking good. Because at some point there's competition, there's a numbers game, there's little things that are a different fit for different people. Reach out to people you know, networking. See if like there's people who, you know, work in network engineering or in IT or something that they might know of someone. That's always like a huge help as well. So look, this is a network engineering summer intern. Don't be against like internships either. Like maybe you can get like an internship for like the summer. And this will do, like some people want to just like get already like that full-time job. Bro, I would even take an internship after I finish school. Like I know I want a full-time job, but like I know it's going to be hard and I might not get a full-time job right away, or I might have to do like help desk and work my way up. This would be better to me than a help desk, because this is actually doing network engineering work and they expect you, since it's an intern, they expect you to be like entry level. So you get experience to add it onto your resume, and either the company might hire you or you're just going to have a better time getting like applying to jobs outside after the internship. So this would be like a good opportunity also. Network engineering intern. Man, network engineers have a lot, like they have really good salaries. I did not realize that. I mean, some of these require like experience, but like, I don't know, I wouldn't worry too much. Like, let's see this one. I think this is like a recruiting company, so this is not even like the actual company you work for. But like, if you look at this kind of stuff, like even with the Network Plus, like I've learned about this kind of stuff. I don't maybe have experience with like interacting with them too much, but I learned about these things and what they are. So a lot of this stuff looks kind of familiar to me. Maybe not so much the this cloud stuff here, but I might learn this in my cloud security class. So like, I feel like I would apply to this maybe. I don't think I'd be pretty good at getting it since I don't have any experience in this, but especially at this salary, they're probably looking for someone maybe a little bit more experienced. Yeah, an experienced network engineer requires deep expertise. So you kind of have to try to like tell, like sometimes you can kind of read between the lines, even if it says like 5 years of hands-on experience. Sometimes the job doesn't actually need that. This one probably need, so I probably wouldn't focus on that. This one, let's see, senior network engineer, so probably not, but you never know. Don't just exclude yourself. Take a look still at the kind of key details. So here's the key details here. Assuming you look through that, that looks all good. What else? Key responsibility, network design and architecture. Okay, this one is like pretty senior sort of responsibility, so that's more important. Like this bullet point being designing and architecting stuff is probably more important than the senior keyword. Because that's like, this is the proof that it's senior. Because sometimes jobs might be called senior, but maybe you're not doing anything with design or architecture. Well, then maybe you might still be able to get that job. network management, troubleshooting and support, performance monitoring. Like you can even entry level can do all this stuff. So all this stuff you could probably do it like entry level ish. It just depends on how much self-sufficiency they're looking for. Here they're looking for a degree, 5 to 10 years experience. So it's like, I don't know, this one probably not going to be a good fit, but like I would probably send out an application anyway. Even though it's like most likely not, since it's senior in the network design and architecture. But like otherwise, like they're looking for they're looking for CCNP. Okay, so that may be a little bit higher. So maybe not this one, but you can always like apply. If you already have a resume, just fill out the form and apply. You know, what is it, 5-10 minutes, depending on how the application looks like. This one, network security architect manager. Yeah, probably not an entry level role. Network admin, maybe this might work. Bachelor's degree, 5 to 7 years technical, take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot of stories of people saying they needed 5 years of experience and I got hired entry level, so you never know. This one's senior engineer. This looks like the same exact description as this other one that I was just looking at. Senior network engineer. How many jobs are there? This is just Chicago. This is just my area. 99. There's actually a lot of jobs for this, for network engineers. Dang, that's not a bad career field right now. That's pretty good salaries right there. I mean, a lot of those are like higher, but like maybe you jump in like lower salary, 60, 70, 80, and then a few years you can move on to those senior, like once you get experience working on a lot of this stuff, then all of these jobs that have like 120K salaries, they're like, that's fair game now. That's all fair game after a few years. Let's see, network engineer 2. So maybe not this one, but if there's jobs for like network engineer 1, that might be a good fit, but you never know. You can still look at it just to see what's going on here. So maybe not, you never know. Junior network engineer, this one's specifically targeting juniors, so it's like this is an exact fit. Like if it says junior network engineer, you're a junior network. Like you don't even have to read the requirements. Also, you should read the job to see if it's like doing the stuff that you have some familiarity with or want to gain familiarity with or want to learn. Like, is it in your trajectory of stuff you want to learn? And then like if they have like some like requirement that you don't have, like it's just like whatever, just apply anyway. Like familiarity with like Juniper, Palo Alto networks or products, I mean. If you don't, it's like you can just ignore it and just apply anyway. Don't have Network Plus? Don't worry, apply anyway. Even this, don't have a degree, but let's say you're just like self-taught with like certifications and whatnot and a lot of like your own kind of projects, you could apply to this anyway. Problem is, I wish it showed more like competition on LinkedIn. Like it only like once it passes 100 people, then it just says over 100 people. I don't like that. I wish it actually showed. Like, what do you mean by over 100? Is it 102? Is it 120? Is it 500? Is it 1,000? Like that's huge. That's like a huge difference. And then another thing you could do is probably like look at date posted, so you can look at like the latest jobs that came up. And that way you have like the first or like among the first applications, and that might help a lot too. Actually, I think I got my last job, when I was trying to break into product marketing from like a standard marketing job. I think I was doing that. Like I looked at jobs that had very low applications and I applied to one job and I ended up getting it. But the reason was, I think the main reason was I was a really good fit for what they were looking and they liked me. That was probably the biggest reason. And I think that's always going to be the biggest reason. Are you a really good fit and do the people like you? That's what's going to get you hired every single time. But other things like helped out, such that like I had like experience with what I was like. I didn't have experience actually in that job, but like I knew what I was talking about it showed that I learned a lot, like on my own, even if I didn't have direct experience doing that. I had transferable skills, and there wasn't a lot of competition. So like when they're looking at your competition and there's like 5 people and they're all like just applied because they want a job or they need a job, and they're like, this could be a good fit. And then I'm there and I'm like, yeah, this is the exact thing I'm looking for. Here's my background. I'm like an exact fit for what you're looking for as well. Then they're like, oh wow, wait, this is great. We should get them. And then also I was able to like then negotiate, because I was also applying to other jobs and interviewing with other jobs. And so then when I got like the offer letter, they're like, yeah, we don't do any like sign-on bonuses or anything. And then I was able to like negotiate, and I was like, well, I'm interviewing with this other company and I'm meeting with the VP of product marketing there, and so far it's looking good, and the salary that they're giving is a lot higher. So like, I don't know, man, I really like the company and the offer, and I'm happy to join you, and actually I'm ready to accept the offer if only we can do a little bit of work on the offer, on the salary or something. Then I'm ready to take it. And then the recruiter would be like, okay, well, let me talk to my higher up hiring manager or something like that, like the lead of HR, to see if there's any kind of exceptions we can make. And although the first time he said we don't offer any sign-on bonuses, he came back and ended up giving me a sign-on bonus. So it was like, you can, but negotiating is a different skill. Sometimes you could also ruin it with negotiating. So sometimes if you just want that first job and you're already happy with it, then you could just take it. You don't really have to negotiate either. I don't think it's super necessary to negotiate. But the problem is like the competition is tough. There's a lot of people applying. Network engineer, another internship here, network engineer internship. So I mean, this is for like my area, so you would just look for your area. Another one, junior network engineer here. Like that's pretty good compensation for a junior network engineer role. Get in there, you start learning, gaining experience. This one says 1 year of hands-on experience. You can just ignore it. Or strong academic background, like you got your degree and labs and projects and whatnot, so like that basically satisfies this. Like I would just apply to this. You can do this easily. Maybe you don't have any experience with HIPAA, PCI, or ISO this, but it's like, oh, you can just say, oh, well, I can easily learn that. I'm familiar with like what their intent is, and maybe I don't have specific knowledge in that, but who cares? Like you can learn it. It's no problem. Like the senior stuff for financial services, like if you're not like this is pretty specific. Like they're looking for a guy who's worked in financial services. Okay, maybe not necessarily, but the industry is financial services and they're looking for a senior network engineer. Like, so this is probably not a good fit. I don't even have to look at really the requirements here. Architect, clearly architect is much higher role. So this one, these jobs that are more vague, like network engineer, you got to do like a little bit more looking into this. Design, implement, maintain. This one you see it's very generic. It's not very detailed. Minimum requirements: bachelor's degree, 3 years experience. This one is a perfect example of something that you should ignore the minimum requirements and apply. Like you don't have 3 years experience, apply anyway, because you do have CCNA and you have this degree. The rest of it, for the experience, you could just talk about projects and labs that you did in school and whatnot. Oh, I worked on configuring this, Cisco thing into a like secure baseline, or I set up whatever networking technologies maybe you have experience in. You can talk about that. So this one's like a perfect opportunity where like you should apply to it. Anyway, that's kind of like the gist of it. Now the problem is when you apply to all of them, like literally every single thing, hundreds of them, and you still don't hear anything back, which is probably what's going to happen, then you have a problem. Then you have to like reevaluate. You got to look at your resume and see, is this a good resume? Is it lining up for the jobs that I'm applying to? What can I fix? What can I improve? Do I need to add a certain project? Then you do a project to add it to your resume or something, so you can talk about it. Maybe you have to study for a certificate or something. But not all of these say you need Network Plus. So far, like you don't need it. Probably would help, but I don't think you need it. You have CCNA, maybe you have some idea, I don't know. So you can always apply to jobs and then study for Network Plus like at the same time, You don't have to do one or the other. Anyway. Actually, I kind of want to look at some cybersecurity stuff. A couple different job paths. I want to look at IAM. I want to see like what the jobs are looking like for identity and access management. Bruh. This entire time, and all I did was not even this first page. Amazing.
Often you want to retrieve rows not just based on a single value in a single column, but looking at multiple columns at the same time. Like, I want the names of employees who joined the company before 2020 and also have a role of manager. Or give me the names of all products that are in the electronics category and also have a price over $100. And sometimes you want an either-or situation. Perhaps I want the names of products that are either in the electronics category or have a price over $100. And we do this in SQL using the words and or. Now these are SQL keywords. I will write them in uppercase to make that apparent here. So for example, select first name, comma, last name, comma, email from the employee table where date hired less than 2020, 1st of January, and position equals manager. Or select product ID, comma, product name from the products table where category equals electronics and price greater than 100. So this where clause, our condition that we're searching on, now has two parts to it. And the terminology you may sometimes hear is that each part is called a predicate. That simply means that each individual piece of this condition can be evaluated as either true or false. And then the entire condition can also be evaluated as either true or false. So this will look at every row in the product table. If the value in the category column is electronics, this piece, this predicate is true. In addition, every row also has a price column. If the price here is greater than 100, this is true. If it's equal to 100 or below 100, this is false. And because we use the and keyword in between them, we're only going to get the rows returned where both of these things evaluate as true. If I change this and to or, this is now going to return rows where either of these things are true. It's either in the category electronics or it has a price over 100. Now, as you start to build more complex conditions, you're going to start needing parentheses around the different parts of the condition, particularly whenever you have a mixture of ands and ors. The reason you use parentheses in SQL is kind of the same reason why you used parentheses around math problems. Times 4 to get 12. When we write a query and we select these columns from that table where that condition is true, sometimes the results we want is the actual data. We want all the different values and all the different columns for all those rows. But often we're not actually interested in the individual pieces of data. We want to summarize it in some way, like wanting to know how many orders did we get last month? Or what's the average amount that a new customer spends for their first purchase? What is the single largest transaction last year? What was the total revenue for sales of all products in the electronics category? And we can do this within our SQL using something called aggregate functions. There's a few new SQL keywords. Now think of the term aggregate here the same way that it's used in a phrase like an aggregate score in sports. It's just a way to combine the score from multiple matches into one single summarized result. And in SQL, an aggregate function is similar. We're going to take multiple values from the database. That could be just a few, could be hundreds or thousands, and then perform a calculation on all those values to get it down to a single value. Like, I want to know the total of something, or I want the average of something, or I want to know the largest value or the smallest value of all of these. So, first example, we've seen how to do a simple select statement like select star from employee. And this will return everything, all columns, all rows, whether there's 5 employee rows or 5,000 or 27,521. But what if that number is what I'm actually interested in? I don't want to actually see all the data in all those rows. I just want to know how many rows are in that table. Well, I can use the aggregate function called count. And I write count and then a pair of parentheses, and we use parentheses with aggregate functions to always provide a little bit of extra information. Now here, I just want a count of everything, all the rows. So I'll use the asterisk. Now if I run this, the result is just a single number, a count of all the rows. And we can also use a where clause. Say I wanted to count the number of employees where salary greater than 50,000. And now we get that count. Count is a form of addition. We're just adding up the number of rows. But there's another kind of addition we'd often want, which is instead of counting the number of rows, we actually want to add up all the values in a specific column to get some kind of total. And we do that with the aggregate function sum. Now, this is, of course, very useful with any kind of financial data, totaling up orders, prices, revenue, etc. But we can use it with any kind of numeric information. Let's say I'm working with an online learning platform where we track the view time of users whenever they log on and watch a video, and where that's being stored in a table called user session. Now I could get all the individual information for a particular user with some SQL like this, just using a particular user ID. But if I just wanted to know the total amount of view time that this user has done over potentially hundreds of sessions, I could use sum. Now this time, I don't use the asterisk inside the parentheses because I want the sum of only one column in particular. I want the sum of minutes watched. Now this is now going to find all the rows with this user ID. It will calculate the sum of all the values in the minutes watched column and then return that single result. So let's see another. We have a products table here, and I just want to know the most expensive product. Now, one way I could have done this is using order by list price descending, so the most expensive product would be the first result, but I'd still end up with all this extra data that I don't need. I could simplify this with the aggregate function max. Just find the maximum value of this column. Again, here I don't use the asterisk inside the parentheses. I'm interested in the maximum value of one specific column. This will now scan the table for this information and just return that single value. Now, if we have max, you might also make a guess that we're going to have min, and yes, we certainly do. We can select the minimum list price from product. We also have AVG for average. This will add up all the values in the list price column, divide by the number of rows, and return that single result, the average list price. Now, some database management systems have additional aggregate functions, like functions to calculate standard deviation, but the 5 that we've just covered, count, sum, min, max, and average, are by far the most common, and they're going to take care of a great deal of what you need to do in SQL. We've seen how we can use count to get just a count of the number of rows, but But let's say we had thousands of products across dozens of different categories. I could add a where clause to filter the results to just a single category and get the count of just books. But if I wanted a kind of breakdown of how many products are in each category in this table, not just books, but also electronics and clothing and office supplies, whatever all the different categories are. Now, okay, I could create multiple SQL statements, but that's going to be both tedious and it assumes I know in advance what all of the categories are. And we might be adding new categories all the time. So what I want to do is use the category column from this table and use it to separate the products into groups, then count the results with the same value in that category column. Now, you might first try something like this, where you select count, comma, category from products. Now, you can write this, it just won't give you what you want. Depending on your DBMS, you might get an error or a warning. What's more likely is you're going to get results that aren't that meaningful. Because right now this statement is a little ambiguous, it's confusing. It's like we're saying to the database, I want a count of everything and a category. So what you're going to get is a count of all of the rows together with one random category value. What we need to do is tell the database that we want to divide and group the results based on the values in that category column. And we do this using another SQL keyword, group by. This goes after the from, it goes after any where clause, but once I add this, I'll now get the results I was looking for. This is a count of how many products are in each category. So we're finding all the rows with identical values in the category column, grouping those rows and collapsing it down to one single result. So this statement is using both that aggregate function count as well as group by. And I'm pointing this out because it is typical. When you use group by, you will also use an aggregate function. Let me say that again. When you use group by, you also use an aggregate function like count or sum, min, max, average. And that's because we only use group by if you want some kind of summarization. We want to gather all the rows with identical values in a specific column, like saying I want to count the products grouped by category, but it could be I want a sum of the total sales grouped by region, or the average salary grouped by department, or to count the number of customers grouped by country, but where you get one result per group. And I stress this point because a very common mistake when people are new to SQL is they use group by when what they really needed was the simpler order by. For example, if I had simply wanted a list of all products, but where those products showed up in the categories they're in, so first are all the different books, then all the different clothing products, then all the different electronics products, it's easy to think, well, maybe that's a group by category, but it isn't. That's just order by category, because group by will not give you all the individual rows in the group, it gives you one result per group. Group by is intended to summarize. It is incredibly useful, but we use it together with an aggregate function, some kind of calculation. Using group by is the ideal option when you want to break the results into groups and then perform some kind of calculation on each group. So I have a query here that will find all products where the status is not equal to discontinued. It will then group them by category and then give me a count of the number of rows for each category. And this works fine. We're using group by to get a separate count of how many products are in each category. However, one challenge you often run into with group by is if you ever want to use any of this calculated information, in this case, the count of the number of rows, as a way to filter the data itself. Here's what I mean. So let's say we've got these results. I look at them and think the only results I really want are the product categories with more than 100 products. This doesn't seem like a difficult request because we're obviously calculating that information. We can see that number in the result. So I might first be tempted to add it as part of the where clause. Perhaps I'd write something like this, where status is not equal to discontinued and count of everything is greater than 100. But this will not work. It will give me an error. And the reason is when we execute any SQL statement, the where part of the statement, the place where we are filtering the data, that always happens before the group by, before any calculations are done. So when I run this, it uses the where clause to filter the data to products that aren't discontinued, and then it will group it by category, and then it will count each category. So even though we know we're doing that calculation, we're counting the products, we cannot use that calculation within the where clause because it hasn't happened yet. So what do? Well, luckily, we have another SQL keyword, having, which exists for this kind of problem because we can use it together with a group by, and it allows us to do kind of an additional filter based on calculated information. Now, to be clear, we don't always need to use having. But if we're going to use it, it's added after the group by, so we can kind of recognize these belong together. So here we're saying, I want to see the products grouped by category, but only those groups having a count of more than 100. And this works, and we get the results that we want. Now, having can be very useful. When you see it, expect to see it using an aggregate function like count or sum or average, because we use having when we want to filter on some calculated data that we can't put in a where clause.